Test. 1, 2, 3. Welcome everybody to day 2 of IOI. Already 2 times 100 here, yeah. So after first day there were 3 people. Wait, that was not the state of the leaderboard last time I saw it. Huh. Well, 3 people from China in the top, 1 more very nearby, and already 2 people from China have 100 here. Crazy. There is a participant from Poland who got second place last year, and this year he just decided not to participate because it's so hard to win, and that's understandable. Okay, so we are live on Twitch and live on YouTube. Or maybe not. Yeah, we are live on YouTube. Great. Am I prepared for this stream? Not particularly. I'm going to talk about some problems from day 1, in particular about my problem. Oh yeah, I heard about this. There was a scoreboard bug, some points didn't count for some people. That's a pity. I wonder if it's related to the fact that one problem had non-integer scores, though here again that's the case. No participants from Egypt? I don't know. No, there are participants from Egypt. Maybe 2 things first. One is I want to thank the sponsor of the stream, that's XCamp. We can quickly look at the USA performance today. Then I will talk about maybe the rules of IOI, and then about some stuff that people described on Codeforces already. How some people traveled for like more than 60 hours to get to IOI. That for sure affects the performance. If you look at the scores of the US today, it's so far slightly better. Okay, so yeah, XCamp is the company doing camps for USACA students, mainly in the US. xcamp.academy if you're interested. And 75% of this year's IOI US team participated in some of their camps. Should we maybe talk about the rules? Yes, I will discuss the solution to triples, which is my problem. It was so strange on first day because after looking at the title and especially looking at the partial scores, I knew that it's my problem. I was 99% sure. I didn't know exactly. Oh, and the title was triple picks, so it matched. But it wasn't official who are the authors, so I just didn't say anything during the stream. Yeah, I guess you can now rewatch the stream and see if there was anything in any way I suggested that it's my problem. I tried not to. Now maybe I should have started yesterday from that, but some people might not know the rules of IOI. So what is happening? Oh, that was also my prediction from first day. It didn't work. Well, there was one full score, but I think more people got 240 plus, and not that many people got 100 on any problem, and Brian didn't get that many points. So roughly IOI rules. Just so some people who are new to IOI would know what's going on. There are 2 days times 3 problems, and every problem is worth 100 points. And every problem might consist of subtasks, smaller problems worth some partial points, like maybe 17 points if you solve for this set of data, 20 points if you do it in this time complexity, and so on, or for this special case. Or you don't get full score if you miss some special case, like an edge case. So there is partial points. In particular, in some problems, it's a linear scale with real or decimal values in between. So maybe the better your solution is, the more points you get, and it's very hard to get 100 points, but it's a gradual scale. This is what we saw on second problem. Every day is 5 hours. It's 5 hours, 3 problems. The first day happened 2 days ago, day before yesterday. And after that first day, 3 people from China are winning so far. In particular, 2 people are very close to the first place. I mean, first place is full score, second place is almost the full score, just part of a point to that. In total, you can get 600 points. There are also medals, and the distribution of medals is that if we imagine all the participants, around 50% of people get a medal, at least bronze, but among that it's also a split, and the split looks like this, where this is gold, 1/12 of participants get gold, this is silver, and then this is bronze. Which means that this is around 30 people with gold, another 60 with silver, and another 90 with bronze. In total, around 180 people with medals. Some of the remaining people get honorable mention if they at least one day get in the first half of the contestants. Not that important. Medals are very important. Every country can send 4 participants except for the host, that's Bolivia. And it's not a team competition. Every participant has their own PC and they cannot talk with each other. But we can also talk about team scores if we just compute the sum of the scores. If a person starts from newbie competitive programming, will he be able to participate next year in IOI? Most people will not achieve that. For way more than 90% of people, the following is true. If you start doing algorithms today and you participate 10 hours a day for the next year, you will not get to IOI. Because it doesn't scale like that. It's better to practice for a few years, 2 or 3 hours per day, rather than very intense training for 1 year. And second is that, well, many people are training, so you need to be better than them. You need to be also very talented, in particular good at math. I know one person who got to IOI bronze medal in less than a year, but he was already good at math. I was good at math. I did some algorithms for a few years and I didn't get to IOI. And I can say that I'm talented because I did eventually win some competitions, many competitions, national and international, and I didn't get to IOI in, like, let's say 3 years of doing some competitive programming. Though I didn't have any teacher, and I just did some Polish competitions. From 6 problems, any problem that is considered really hard, like problem 6 in IMO, that's not guaranteed and it's not sorted. So no, in IMO, it can be the case that task 6 is always hard or something is always combinatorics. That's not the case in IOI. You are given 3 tasks and there might be, the organizers will try to vary the difficulty, but you don't know which is hard and you don't know if day 1 or day 2 should be harder. And yeah, that's a good point from Eva Martis. Your chances of getting to IOI depend heavily on the country you're from. There are countries that are very weak, but if for some reason from the very early age you're practicing algorithms and you're good at math and stuff like that, maybe from that country it will be very easy for you to get to IOI, though still hard to get a medal. Now, today we have 3 tasks apparently: festival migrations, and obstacles. Two full scores already. I'm mostly interested in the scores of Poland after the first day. When I click here at this column, it's sorted by the results from the first day. One guy from Poland had 270 points, so that's a strong gold medal territory. And what's the situation right now? He has 27 points in the first task. Artur has 30 points in the second task. And that's it from Poland. The link is here also in the description of the YouTube video. Strongest countries in each continent. That's an interesting question. I don't want to open Google Maps, not to maybe show some confidential stuff. Strongest country you're saying in each continent? Well, certainly the US. The United States are the strongest in North America. South America? I think that would be Brazil. I might be biased because I went to Brazil and I did some camps also online from for their Olympiad team. I think I was also close to organizing something ICPC related for them. But I think that's Brazil. Africa, Egypt, right? There are some people, strong people from Morocco, but still I'm guessing that Egypt is stronger. From Europe, who is strongest from Europe? I think that's Poland. For sure that used to be the case, that Poland is strongest. Now I think it's still the case. As a country, Poland will win in Europe. Asia, in Olympiads, that will be China. In ICPC, so for universities, for many years Russia dominated. Olympiads, China easily. Just many, apparently up to high school, many kids or students in China practice a lot. Maybe when they go to university, they don't care that much about competitions anymore. In Australia and Oceania, in Australia is strongest. I don't think Belarus is strongest. Rainbow. Oh, yeah, he's doing well. Rainbow has 50 points in first task and 30 in the second task. Now, let's take a look at some stuff described on Code Forces. Where was it? Yeah, this thing. So, Serbian team leader described their experience of traveling there. Also, I was invited to IOI. I would need to figure out the paying for flights, but I think I would manage to get into the Polish team, like maybe as a deputy leader or something like that. See, I was invited to be at IOI because I was a problem author, And after looking at flights, I decided not to go. I was just too lazy to do it. I mean, I like being abroad. It's fine. I don't like traveling, and particularly I don't like traveling for more than 15 hours. I don't mind 2 hours of a flight, but free changes or some multiple flights, 15 hours or more, very different time zone, that's exhausting to me. To go somewhere for a week, not worth it most of the time, especially after I traveled a lot in my life. So I decided not to go, even though I could as a problem author. And here Serbian team leader said that they were supposed to go Belgrade, Zurich, Sao Paulo, Santa Cruz, and then the domestic flight to Sucre, which is the place of the competition. Because of a storm in Europe, flights to Zurich and from Zurich were delayed. Then they got a flight 24 hours later. That's already inconvenient. Then in Spain, they went through Madrid, and in Madrid they didn't want to let them enter the plane because they didn't have visas, even though Bolivia has a visa on arrival. I find this unusual that in some country people do not know the rules of other countries, because I also traveled a few times to some country with changes somewhere else without a visa, because there would be visa on arrival. So you get to the airport after you arrive in the country that is your final destination. At that airport you can get visa on arrival, paying a little bit. So compared to doing it online, maybe online it would be a little bit cheaper and safer. But still, there is visa on arrival, which is convenient for tourists. And it turns out that here people in Madrid at the airport did not know and did not believe about that. So for a long time, until a few minutes before, with less than a minute left, the gate closing, a miracle happened. Someone whispered something to the gate agent, and suddenly they allowed them to pass. Somebody, I think, from the IOI organizers. Crazy. Then they needed to then wait for a bus, 13 hours bus, to the contest destination, because the local flights were already full or cancelled. That wasn't a pleasant experience either. And in total they traveled for 68 hours. To be honest, I'm not sure if I would want to go to IOI as a contestant if it meant getting there in 68 hours. There would be no chance that I'm performing well. Maybe it's nice to be there, but is it worth so much? Not really torture, but still. For example, if now, I 83 points in obstacles. What would be an important contest for me right now? Let's say at Coder World Finals, or maybe something like that, if Google Code Jam still existed. If Google Code Jam was still here, and I got to the finals, and I knew I would travel for 70 hours, I would pass. That being said, out until some year, Google Code Jam happened every year, versus IOI, you have a limit. Here you go. Okay, I need to find a place where I can put this on the screen. How do you see the queue? I know correct people, or I know the right people, let's say. The queue is from the ICPC Live team. They hacked the system in some way, and I have access to this. Triple picks is hard. Well, it's not an easy task, I can tell you that. We'll talk about it. Okay, what else I'm supposed to do? Is everything okay now regarding the display of the stream? Any complaints? In the queue, what you should see is what the country code, name of a participant, the total score, the task submitted now, A, B, or C. I'm guessing festival migrations or obstacles, and the delta of the score. I can maybe make it bigger. Though at the top maybe something will be displayed, we'll see. For now, let's try this. Anyway, to improve my constructive skills to select for IOI, you won't believe this, but practice constructive problems. Timon Mieszkowski in New Zealand. So not only Ireland has somebody with Polish roots, but also, so in Ireland there is Piotr Stelmaszek, but also in New Zealand, Timon Mieszkowski. Great. Then you should count the total score from Poland by summing up everybody. Artur Smoleński is only 14, really? That's impressive. I did not know. Where is Poland? Well, 14 and 17th place right now in IOI. That's impressive. To be honest, I'm not sure if I wish him a gold medal, because then what's your next target? To win? That's extremely hard. I think it's slightly healthier to get a silver medal and to then fight for the gold next time. Next target, top 5, but it's so much harder than gold. I think that top 5 is 20 times harder than a gold medal. Every next place is harder. Performance of Russia and US not good. I heard that the US also needed to travel in a very inconvenient way. For Russia, I mean, they are not participating normally in international camps and contests. So many people from Russia left the country, people who used to be coaches. So I think it's normal that in many sports, including competitive programming, Russia will lag behind. And well, as a country, that's well deserved. Will I solve day one problems? Maybe let's look at day one problems. I will solve is a big word. I will look at souvenirs and world map to just share my thoughts. For triples, I will talk more because it's my task. Okay, so code forces, IOI problems. Okay, so here's the problems day one, pasted in the chat. Should we do my task first? Triple picks. In the left shows the medals. Makes sense, makes sense. Okay. Triple picks. Do I do add code or heuristic? I don't have time to do a 10-day contest. Maybe one day I will do a 4-hour contest, but 10 days is too much for me. I don't have that much time. What ratings? Hard to say. More than 2000. All right, triple picks, my problem. Suggested to IOI more than half a year ago. I remember that when I was writing down everything, I was enjoying my holiday in Vietnam, by the way. So the version of the statement that IOI got was written by me in Vietnam, as an interesting fact. I visited Vietnam half a year ago. Okay. The story itself about mountains is their own story. I think maybe I suggested that it could be about that, but that's it. It's up to them to create a story. There are n peaks numbered from 0 to n-1. The height is integer between 1 and n-1. So we're given a sequence of n values, each up to n-1. For any two peaks, the distance, for any two elements maybe, the distance is the difference of indices. A triple of peaks is mythical if it has the following special property. The heights of the three peaks match the distances if we ignore the order. For example, if you have a sequence, there is value, let's say 3 here, value 2 here, and value 5 there. This is a good triple, because if you look at the distances, 3, 2, and 5, they in some order match the values. So this is a good triple, this a mythical triple. And there are two parts. You may solve the subtasks in any order, so maybe first part is easier, maybe second. Part 1 is implement the function count triples. So that's a normal algorithmic task of create an algorithm that efficiently counts triples. Obviously you need to do it faster than n cubic. And there are subtasks n up to 100, n up to 2000, n up to 50,000, not very important. And then something special, like values up to 10, the values being monotonic, and that's it. I'm sure that I suggested those 3 subtasks, and I don't remember if I suggested this as well. Maybe not. And there is some example. I also remember that I chose some example to show it. I don't know. And always when I create problems, I think a lot about what is the best example to show some stuff. So there is high chance that this is my example. I would need to check on my laptop. Also, another thing is that after suggesting something like this to a big competition, I'm very worried that by mistake, I will show something during a live stream. So for this, I made sure that there are no confidential files on my PC. what I'm using right now and what you're seeing my screen from my PC, and here I don't have any files that are useful for this problem, because just for a little bit extra safety, I decided to only use my laptop for that. Is it C++ only? I don't remember, but mainly participants use C++ in competitive programming. Part 2 is output only, where, well, if you are given two positive integers, then it's not output only, is it? You should construct a mountain range with at most m peaks. So the length is at most m, and you need to create at least some number of triples. And there is a format described here. You need to implement this function. So it's not output only, you have the input. And there are here some values. I think that those values, I recognize 12 million. I think I suggested this table. That being said, I think that I suggested 50 points per every part. I think I wanted to give 50 points for the binary part and 50 points for this part. And I think linear scoring is what I suggested. So not a lot changed, I guess. Though I think the decision for 70 and 30 points was theirs, I recall. I made only one problem, not all the problems in day one. Only one is mine. And I only am the author, I didn't prepare the task. I think what I sent is the statement, some of my codes, and that's it. Time limit doesn't seem that it's published here, so I don't know. I think it should be roughly standard, maybe a little bit higher than usual. Okay. Did I get notified before it appearing? No. I mean, I was told that this problem is accepted, so it will be prepared for IOI. I wasn't told if it will be used in a real day. It might be a backup problem, it might be used for rehearsal day, it might be not used at all. I don't know how many problems like that they use. Okay, so let's talk about the solution. So let's solve the task triple picks from day one. Also, this is such a stupid solution. Xcamp is the sponsor of the stream, but the logo is transparent, and here you will not see much of the word camp. So I'm putting piece of white rectangle on my screen. Okay, let's talk about the solution a little bit. What you can do, what you can do is this. Well, you can look at every triple of elements, I, j, k, and the easiest way to check what you need to check in C++ is this. Create a vector with values ai, aj, ak. So this is vector, let's say a, uppercase A. Also create the other vector b with values j minus I, k minus I, k minus j. Sort both. This is pseudocode. Sort A, sort B, and check if A equals B, answer plus plus. This is O of n cubic solution. Well, we build vectors, so it's not a great constant factor, but should be good enough for n up to 100. What was that? Okay, let's do this white rectangle thing more professional. I'm removing this. Add color white. Sorry about that. I guess good enough for the time of explaining. Yeah, flashback, sorry about that. When I stream, I try not to suddenly go from full black to full white. For example, I don't immediately switch from one node to Codeforces, but it's hard to fully avoid. And here I did not know that that would happen. Okay, at least now I can move freely. Yeah, let's do n squared, obviously. Okay, what if we try to do n squared? If I iterate two values, let's say I and j, then can we deterministically get the third value? In this case, 3 is the distance between those two, so 2 must be the distance to the other index from one of those. So I know that 3 is this, 2 is the remaining distance, so the missing element k needs to be here, or here, or here, or here. There are only those positions, and for each of them, just then, whatever is here, collect this triple and check if it's valid. Then from that comes an idea that what we should do is, for every I, for every j, for every k among, let's say, I minus a of j, I minus a of I plus a of I plus a of j, j minus a of I, and so on. There are in total 8 possibilities, because you might move from index I or from index j. You can move by a of j or a of I, and you can move plus or minus. In total, there are 8 possibilities of where is k. If you get time exceeded with something like this, you can optimize a little bit, and you can check that the distance between I and j usually will be already one of those elements, and then the other one needs to be used, so that will be slightly better. And here I will say, check if ijk is a good triple. And that seems to be roughly n squared, though with very bad constant factor. You need to still check here, so run the function from before. Plus, you don't want to double count any triples. For that, one solution is to collect in a vector all the triples. Collect all the triples, then get rid of repetitions. There is a way to avoid this. So when looking at every triple, you can see if, looking at the values at those indices, did you count it before? So did you already visit such ij that this will be counted? Or let's say you can maybe think that k needs to be on the right from j. It's a little bit tricky because you need to still discover it, but you always do. So there is some analysis here if you really want to make it fast, but n squared is possible, and I think that anything like that, n squared and squared times log, was accepted in this problem. You can say that I is smallest. Yes, I guess it's a good idea to say that I and j are smaller than k. So I smaller than j smaller than k. And still the distance, one of the values ai or aj is the distance to the element a of k. So you can here do, in particular, check if I is smaller than j and j smaller than k. Maybe there are still some issues here to figure out. It's just a brute force, so no need to think about it too much. There is also a subtask where the values are small, and then it means that the triples are nearby. So what you should do is for every I, then for every j from I plus 1 to I plus 10, and then for every k also nearby, j plus 1, j plus 10, k plus plus, check if this is a good triple. So this is a solution n times 10 times 10. This subtask is solvable in O of n times 10 squared. Right. But now let's forget all of this and let's solve this problem in good time complexity. So again, the statement is that we're count triples I, j, k such that in some order a of I, a of j, a of k equals the distances. This is the task. We want to do it faster than quadratic. Well, if you can afford linear, then let's see what happens after you iterate one element. Let's say that you have here element 3. This means that a good candidate for a second element is whatever is 3 units later, or whatever is 3 units before. And when you see here, let's say value 7, you will consider that the last element is 7 units away, either from here or from there. But for sure 7 describes now some distance. And you might think that you will, every triple you will at least once visit this way. But this is not the case. When you see an element 3, it might possibly describe the distance between the other two elements. So maybe this is a 3 here, part of a triple, but maybe 3 describes the distance between the element here and the element here. And what is the distance here? 5. If this value is 5, then you will still notice this triple. This triple 1, 2, 3, you will visit when looking at this 5, because looking at 5 you'll see whatever is here, that's a 3, and now 3 is candidate distance, so whatever is 3 units to the right of 5 is also another candidate for my triple. This solution boils down to, for every I, for every j among I minus a of I and I plus a of I, now for every k among now many possibilities, I plus minus a of I plus, sorry, plus minus, I plus minus a of j, j plus minus a of I, j plus minus a of j. Like this. This is a linear with big constant code that will find almost all triples, except for the case where 3 is the distance between the other two elements. 5 is also the distance between the other two elements, so what if this was 8? And this is 5. If you have this situation, then looking from element 3, looking at 3 units later and 3 before, you will not get those other two values. From 8, looking 8 to the right and to the left, you will not visit 3 or 5. And looking from 5 to the left and to the right, you will not visit the other guys. Those are triples that are hard to count. Yes, Solaris, largest element is in the middle. So this is the code that you need to include. So you put this code, you collect the triples, remove the repetitions. This is linear part, or n log n if you sort. But then you want to count such triples that a of j is the distance of k and I, then a of I is distance between k and j, and a of k is the distance between j and I. That's the task. So this will be 90% of the difficulty. And it's perfectly possible to try to solve this for more than an hour and not to get the idea. That's the... You can look at the leaderboard and see how many people in day one got at least 70 points here. Let's see here, up to this place. So for sure, nobody below this place got the full score for the binary part here. What if 385? Yeah, that's the same kind of case. So, oh, I guess you asked this before I wrote it. Now, how do we compute this? In roughly linear time complexity, we don't know we don't want quadratic. I will need to later grab water. We can try different transformations here, right? We can try to add things, subtract. In particular, I can observe that those two equations are similar, and maybe something meaningful will happen if I subtract them by side. So we have this system of equations, and to get something more meaningful, let's subtract one from the other here. So those two I want to subtract. What I will get is a of j minus a of I equals j minus I. Now if you group by index, it will be a of j minus j equals a of I minus I. That's very nice. If I group elements by the difference of value minus index, the first two elements in this triple need to belong to the same group. If you do similar logic for some other pair of elements like this one and this one, I believe you will get the same for the sum of elements. Let's try that. Let's say this minus that. What we'll get? A of j minus a of k equals k minus j. Now this moves right, this moves left. A of j plus j equals a of k plus k. Yeah, we have this. If you try to combine this in some way, I don't think you will get anything meaningful. Well, you can here add, and then you will get, so finally from this, for this two, to get rid of jj you need to add, and you will get ai plus ak equals k minus I. So ai plus I equals k minus ak. But if I'm not mistaken, but this is not that useful because that's a different formula for one versus the other. Still something. I'm not sure about the correctness here, but anyway, this is not very useful. This thing and this thing is. So you group elements and you try to look for such triples, and maybe that will give you something. Well, if you see this thing of something minus index, so this difference is the same, you might think about other problems where we check such equality of differences or sums. In particular, when you have a grid related problems and something attacks by diagonal, then you might remember similar equations. There is an example task is anything with queens on chessboard. If you're given two queens or two bishops and you need to quickly check if they attack each other, if they belong to the same diagonal, you need to check if something like this, y minus x equals the other y minus x. And from this, or just from knowing that this is also just equation of a line, you can get the idea that we should draw the points. If you draw the points, index I and the value ai, you draw them, this condition turns into, let me think, into belonging to the same line in the same diagonal like this. So here any pair of points can be the first 2 points in a triple. The other condition for the sum, it looks like this, where if you have a lot of points, any two can be the elements j and k from the triple. So actually what we are counting, it seems, are triples of 1 point. So you get the sequence from the input, you mark all the endpoints, there are endpoints, you mark them. You think about those, the diagonals do not exist, but you think about them. For every diagonal that exists and passes through some points, if there is some peak element here, by the way, this looks like mountains, so maybe the problem title was a little bit of a hint. China 4 just full solved problem 6. Let me see. Impressive. Migration isn't solved yet, so there is a small chance for no full score, but it's a small chance. Also, if you're extremely strong, I guess always it's good to leave the optimization problem for the last. Yeah, too easy. Okay, continuation of the triple picks from day one. Okay, so it seems that we're counting such triples, but still there are some conditions. The height here a of j, it needs to describe the distance between those two elements. Similarly, the height here needs to describe the distance between those two elements. And the height here needs to describe the distance between those two elements. For example, let me maybe insert the table. Okay. I hope that you see something here. Okay, I will show you an example of a good triple of points. This, this, and this. Okay. This thing has a height of 3. Nope, this is not good. This is good. And this also is a distance of 3. For green, this is 1, and this distance here is also 1. And finally, the height here is 4, and this distance is 4. That being said, this will be automatically always true. Okay. And when you have those distances and equalities, so for example, you focus on the fact that this needs to be 1, this needs to be 3, and so on, you will get something similar to convolution or FFT, though if you think about it, it's not very useful. But for any peak here, for any top element, the good pairs would be this element with this, or this with that, or again, I messed up by 1. Here. Red with red, or blue here with blue here. Those are good triples. So for every element here, you consider it as a peak. You look at the two diagonals tilted by 45 degrees, those two, and if you see if 1 unit away from you there exists a point, and also there exists a point that is 1 unit away from the end of this line. If those both points exist, you increase the answer by 1. Same thing here, same thing here. That being said, that's still too slow. You cannot check them one by one. But let's consider this brute force. Consider all elements as points IAI. And you assign them to diagonals so that for every diagonal you could quickly get access to the points there. For every index j, consider it as the middle element of a triple. So you look at left down from it and right down from it, and you want to find pairs like I drew here in colors. You want to count such triples of me, the peak, with something that is 1 to the left and also 1 from the bottom, 2 to the left and also 2 from the bottom, and so on. In other words, you're looking from elements that the distance between them is equal to 4. 4 being my height. This is 4, this is 4, this is 4. But turns out that we'll get the intended solution, one of ways to implement the intended solution, if we do here small to large. The trick that usually is done in trees or in DSU, you have here two diagonals. The solution is, my main intended solution is iterate the smaller of two diagonals. For example, if you know that here in this diagonal there are 3 points in the input, and if here there are 2 points in the input, then iterate this one. And for every point in the small diagonal, you have 2 points, and you know where the third point is. Just check if it's there in constant time. For every point, check if the third point exists in O of 1. It's not easy to prove that this is fast, but this turns out to be n square root of n. So that's the solution. The code is obviously very simple. We still need to understand what happened here. So for example, if you know that in this diagonal there are few points, and let's say those are those 2 points, you look at the green, and because the green is at height 3, you look at index I minus 3, and index I minus 3, you see what is the value in the input of AI minus 3. And if it's indeed here at height 1, then this is a good triple. Yeah. Also, by the way, this is a right triangle. I don't think it much helps, but this is a right triangle. Okay, now how to prove this? I wrote down the proof half a year ago, but I think that the easiest is to analyze how many diagonals are small and big. Do we try to consider every element IAI as potential peaks? Yes. This is the line. For every index, consider it to be the peak. Yes, FFT is fast Fourier transform, but we are not using it here. I'm just saying that this is some thing that you might think of when solving this problem, but it's not useful. I tried to solve this problem in n log n, but I couldn't. If it was solvable in n log n, I would expect it to be FFT, but I couldn't solve it that way. Well, if there is a diagonal that has up to square root of n points on it, you can afford trying every pair of points, and for every pair of points this is candidates for 2 values, and you check for whatever the third value should be. Again, the height of this guy, this height, tells you this distance, so you know where to check, at what index the third element would be. So for every diagonal, if the size is up to square root of n, you check every pair. But there can be few diagonals with size bigger than square root of n. And also there can be some diagonals that look like this, with sizes bigger than square root of n. But the number of such things, number of such diagonals, is at most square root of n of both types. And what you can do is for each of them, for each the intersection point, is consider this as a peak if it exists. And you, for every diagonal here, you have only square root of n at most candidates for the points that you missed before. So you're interested in, wait, I'm saying something stupid now. Why would there be square root of n such peaks? Why not O of n peaks? What I'm describing now is the alternative solution, which is also the proof of why the main solution is fast. So there is now square root number of diagonals of this type, square root number of diagonals of this type. Each of them has a lot of points, and in particular they might intersect and create a peak here. But there can be other points there. Okay, I see the proof, right. We're not looking at this from the perspective of peaks anymore. For every point, it belongs to some, let's say, wide diagonal, and you look at possible peaks that were hard to observe. There can be only square root of them. There can be a peak here and a peak here. Because if there is another peak here, creating such a triple, if this diagonal here that I'm marking green, if this is a small diagonal, then you consider it by iterating this element and this element. Every pair of elements in small diagonal you considered. But here for every point, no matter which, for each of the endpoints in the input, you look at the diagonal that it belongs to, and if it's big, you iterate all possible peaks that are here. There can be a linear number of them. There can be only square root number of them because they are at intersections with yellow. Those are also big diagonals, and there can be at most square root of n of them. So you have this way square root of n candidates, like that. So for every small, this is alternative solution. Also n times square root of n. For every small diagonal, try every pair of points. This is n times square root of n. Small diagonal means diagonal with at most square root points. For every point in the input, try all big diagonal intersections of its two diagonals, and those also give you some candidate triples. What this means, for this point, for every point, you look at both diagonals, up right and up left, and you want to iterate all the intersections of big with big, inside of this diagonal above me. And because of the count of big diagonals, this doesn't exceed square root of n for every point. So this is the alternative solution that I would expect many participants to implement. But because of it, it also is true. This is also true that it limits the answer to be n times square root of n, by the way. So the answer will never exceed int. If you don't use long, if you only use int in this problem, you still get accepted. And regarding now this here solution, I think it can be proved that we will, again, we should think about what this solution does for small diagonals versus for big diagonals. If you do this, smaller to larger, so for every peak you try only the smaller out of two diagonals, either it's a small diagonal, and such diagonals in total do not contribute more than n times square root of n, or it's a big diagonal, which means that both are big, but then the number of pairs of small element with a peak that is now, I'm apparently at intersection of big with big, the number of those pairs is also n times square root of n for another reason. Let me answer this question. Also, I see that the queue got messed up. First part counts peaks where at least one of the branches is little. Yes, exactly. Second part counts such triangles where the peak is at intersection of big with big, because those are the only kinds that are skipped here. This will count triangles that are at intersection of small with small or intersection of small with big. One final thing, I don't know what exactly time limits were decided, but the described solutions here are fast O of n to times square root of n, assuming that you don't double count. Because when you have, let's say I, you have j, when considering some candidate k, you can check it in constant time, because you can just look at what is at the position k, and you check in constant time if a of k is equal j minus I, and a of j is equal k minus I, and so on, because you know exactly what equalities you need. You also need to make sure that you didn't count it in that first linear part, because as the first step of our solution, we want to find the other kind of triples, those that are easier to find, where, for example, you are seeing somewhere a value 3, and you say, oh, because of that, maybe this will be the second element, or this will be the second element, because it's 3 units away. So when increasing the answer by 1 for something like this, first make sure that this triple doesn't match the other equalities that would be detected earlier. I think you might not get the full score if you try to then this thing multiply by logarithm and also make that much memory. But I don't know what are exactly the limits they used in terms of time and memory. Okay, so that's description of the 70 points. There is also optimization part. Before I talk about it, we might want to refresh the leaderboard. The queue also is working, but I will hide it for a moment. Okay, we have one person already with 5 out of 6 problems, and they are for sure working on migrations. Nobody yet solved it. Petr from Russia got 85 points. Then Rainbow today is doing very well. If we look at the scores of today, Rainbow is 6th with 83 points on obstacles. And in total, he is right now 2nd. After first day, he was around 10th. Well, he will get a gold medal. Other than that, Brian from Singapore also is doing well because of a good score in migrations. But he's the only one in the top with such a low score for Festival. Festival has 6 full scores, Obstacles has 1. Yeah, so Festival is doable, and we will see a lot of hundreds here. Let's see some countries. How would you rate the triples problem on Code Forces? I would rate it as a good problem. You mean the difficulty? I don't know. When I practiced, difficulty didn't exist. I think it's hard to come up with a solution and to understand, to convince yourself that this is faster than n squared. So I would say 3000. Difficulty 3000. It's not impossible to solve. But if you combine it with the output section, then in total it's so time consuming that it should be 3500. Bulgaria is rivaling Korea for second place. Bulgaria is doing well. What about first day? Interesting. So first day, they weren't near the top, but in total they are. And they are doing well for different reasons. Veselin got full score in festival. Andrei got points in all the problems. Alexander got a lot of points in migrations and obstacles. Good for Bulgaria. Poland, please. Well, they are doing something. United States other than Rainbow. It seems that Brian will not beat his place from last time, which was third. Indonesia was impressive yesterday. Today, gold, silver, silver, bronze right now. India, bronze, with a chance for silver, I'm guessing. And then 3 places that are at the border of bronze and no medal. $200 out of 300 in halftime is a China thing. Apparently. Australia is having a good performance. Let's see. Yes, they do. What was it after first day? After the first day, they had a strong gold, very strong silver, and I'm guessing bronze. But in total now, like 4 medals, almost for sure. The question is about colors. Maybe some golds. Netherlands, sure, Jaron, I will try. Let's see Austria, why not? A single bronze. Netherlands. There is a silver, 32 points. We're almost halfway of the competition. So do you remember, guys, if yesterday was harder than today or easier? Did we see similar scores? $37. If you are fighting for top places, it's certainly not a great strategy to get small points in all the problems. But if you're fighting for a bronze medal, I think it's a very reasonable strategy to make sure you understand every problem by submitting something, getting few points, and then trying to either choose the easiest problem to 100, hopefully, but that's rare, and more about just getting as many subtasks as you can. So if you're not extremely strong, then this is good strategy for a medal, a bronze medal. The small to large solution has the same time complexity for the same reasons. I mentioned that, like I described it in a few seconds. We'll get back to it in a moment. But it will be the same principle, that you see what pairs would be counted in part 1 versus part 2 of the alternative solution, and in the main solution you're counting same things. Scoreboard status is red. Okay. Poland close to each other. True. So Franek now got a lot of points, right? Let's see. Yeah. 20 minutes ago he jumped to 30 points here. Another 20 minutes and he jumped to 80 points. There are 2 subtasks and they seem to be a reverse of yesterday, which is interesting choice. Yesterday you could get 70 points in a binary version and 30 points in an optimization version. And now it seems to be the other way around. Ukraine. No gold level medal performance. Now the leaderboard is so full with numbers that it's hard really to analyze. For example, here it's clear that Stepan has big potential, let's say. He didn't do much today, only 5 points here. Hopefully he's working on something big, because he had a nice score after yesterday. When looking at the participants with colors of green, you can see that in this column corresponding for day one, this is the highest number in this column that we see on the screen right now. 180. It's like darker green. Just today he's not doing very well, but maybe like 50, 70 extra points and he will move all the way up here to the weak silver category. Rainbow belongs in top 10 of Codeforce's rankings but doesn't solve problems during contest on purpose. Rainbow has a strategy of solving from hardest to easiest, and sometimes because of that, it's not a good strategy, of course, it's a fun strategy, which is the reason for his rating. He goes up and down, not because he gives up, but because he tries hard problems, and he doesn't even try an easy problem before he does the hard one, before he finishes the hard one. A submission queue, we can do that. Just when looking at ranking already, there was so much stuff that I decided to hide it. Top 10 for variance, yes. Egypt can achieve a gold medal. They got to the final, they got to the location venue. That's already achievement if your country doesn't support you. So I believe in them. And it seems that they can get gold. Mina Gayet has very strong fair performance today, 135. Today, right now, if it was the only day, he would be around 10th. And Ahmed 50th place. So yeah, Egypt has a chance for gold medal. Thank you for streaming. You are welcome. It's a pity that IOI doesn't have an unofficial live stream. What I'm doing today is unofficial. I'm not affiliated with IOI. The fact that I altered one of the problems is a coincidence, and it doesn't affect the fact that I'm streaming. They should, I think, try to popularize it more, because the Olympiad is the, in some way, best, most pure programming competition. And in particular, for those reasons, and for, let's say, moral reasons, not being for profit, stuff like that, it is the best competition. Unlike, for example, ICPC, which is a for-profit thing, even though theoretically I think it's a foundation and stuff like that. And IOI should be the best competition to popularize programming among high school kids and below. And it's a pity that there isn't any official coverage. Much better than ICPC, arguably. I by the way, was going to unban Kostka on Twitch. Okay, unbanned. Had I seen this as a high school kid, I would have been terrified by the difficulty. Yeah, I think that IOI should change one thing. It's not a good idea that not experienced participants get points only via subtasks. It's very scary. When working with, let's say, younger kids, somebody less experienced, I never recommend IOI problems to them because they are so scary, so huge. The statements are long and hard to understand. And it seems that the subtasks are, of course, it's a great idea that subtasks exist, but what should happen instead is there should be a fourth problem that is just way simpler. Very easy to understand, very easy to code something like, literally, I mean, getting some points should be for computing the sum of values in the array. And almost everybody should be able to understand that. Otherwise, the problems are terrifying. And for somebody who in high school knows some programming, if they open such a problem statement, it's just so advanced. Egypt wins gold and then they will probably get recognized by the government. Yeah, that's politics for you. Can someone put a GA proposal for a proper live stream? Somebody should do it, yeah. And it would be very beneficial for the competitive programming community if the problems are available immediately. Though I can guess that if you publish the problems on minute 1, then it increases a chance for some kind of cheating because everybody knows problems. So now if somebody has access to a phone and after an hour goes to a toilet and they can receive solutions via phone from somebody, that's so much worse than what are the possible cheating methods otherwise, because you need to first pass the problems outside. I highlight manually. I can also unhighlight manually. So I do this. By the way, this setup wasn't easy to achieve and it includes some kind of green screen. So I think you should see this. There are several reasons why we don't publish the problems at this year immediately. I believe you. So I'm guessing it also might be about some countries participating remotely. I'm also guessing that you cannot tell us, and that's fine. Minimum number of gold points. Gold will be top 28 or so. We'll see how many points that is. New to programming. If you want to do algorithms and competitive programming, you should start from, let's say, Competitive Programmer's Handbook. So, Competitive Programmer's Handbook. So my answer is, if you have no idea what's going on today, go check out this PDF. I also made a YouTube video about it. It will be some introduction to like what kind of stuff you can encounter in competitions And if this scares you, then maybe it means it's not for you. Convey programming for somebody that already has a job in tech. Here's the thing. It's then a hobby like any other. I would compare it to Sudoku or doing puzzles, crosswords. Yes, it's a nice hobby and it will make you slightly better at your job. If this is your approach, then sure, go for it. But would I also recommend volleyball to somebody? Yeah, it's a nice hobby and it has some advantages of being healthy. Are you asking me to ask ChatGPT? You can ask ChatGPT and tell us the answer. There is a chance that Bangladesh one day will win gold. It will not be this year, most likely. Let's maybe continue with discussion here. So I was, for this triple peaks, from day one, where is it, the statement? We wanted to count triples of indices such that the multiset of values is equal to the multiset of distances between indices. We figured that the only kind of triple that is hard to count is the one that will satisfy this set of equations. That middle element is the distance between first and last, first element is the distance between second and third, and so on. So always when you look at just one element, you don't have access to the other two. You're looking for some other pair of elements with the distance of 3 between them, and the closest of them needs to tell the distance of the other to you. Or in other words, also this is the distance between indices, but also distance between values. By transforming equations, you get some formulas that correlate to geometry, so you can draw the points. And it turns out that you're counting triples of points or triangles in this drawing, right triangles with some peak, such that this height here, h, is equal to the horizontal distance here. Similarly, this height is equal to this distance. Then from the perspective of peak, you can look at the two diagonals, this one and this one. Turns out that it's correct and faster than n squared to iterate the smaller diagonal out of those two. And smaller here, actually, you can compare the full size of this versus that. You don't need to know exactly how many points are here versus there. So just for every point, consider it to be the peak of the triangle. See how many points are in this diagonal versus that one. Iterate the smaller of the two diagonals. You are only interested in the points below. For every point, once you have those 2 points, you can in constant time see what should be the third point and whether it exists. If so, increase the answer by 1. The proof of this being correct is that either you're iterating a small diagonal, small means smaller than square root of n size, and then that's good, it contributes only square root of n to time complexity, or it's a big diagonal, bigger than square root of n, but the other one also needs to be big. So you're at the intersection of big with big, and yeah, you can here do linear number of operations, but it will not happen much. That is, for every point, if you look up this way or this way, and you wonder how many, this is any point, not just intersection of big diagonals. How many points here can be at the peak and at the same time intersection of two big diagonals? In particular, it means that this needs to be big. And also for another point, this needs to be big, and so on. This needs to be big. So from the perspective of any point, if you look up here and also there, you will encounter only square root of n big diagonals, because if the size is bigger than square root of n, then the number of such diagonals is smaller than square root of n. So every point will be considered as a lower vertex of a triangle where the peak is at intersection of two bigs, only square root of n times. So it might be the case here, here. It might be the case that for a particular peak, we will see linear number of points below. It might be the case that there will be linear number of peaks. But in total, the sum of, for all the peaks, if you iterate the points below for the smaller of two diagonals, or it's actually enough to say if one diagonal is small and the other is big, then iterate the small. You don't actually need to compare sizes, I believe. Just compare the Boolean value of are you a big diagonal or not. If you do that, the sum over those operations of considering those pairs, this and that, doesn't exceed n squared of n. And it's easier to understand if we look at this alternative solution, but I will not repeat the alternative solution. Is triple peak ad hoc? I wouldn't describe it like that. No, it's not ad hoc. IMO combinatorics shortlist shouldn't be your priority when preparing for IOI. Now, there is optimization part worth 30 points that says create a sequence with most triples. Can I code it, please? No. In code versus somebody already posted solutions. Codes, I mean. So there is this. And if you want to hope to get more than linear number of them, of the triples, because if you want to get linear number of triples, then something like this should work well. I think 2, 1, maybe something like that, or maybe something like this. One of such sequences should be good in terms of constant factor. But if you want to get more than O of n triples, you need to rely on those triples that a moment ago we counted, and there were n squared of n of them. And for that, my best solution is to, from 0 to n, mark some points here, draw the diagonals both ways, this and this, and collect the points that are at intersections. Turns out, for a moment, let's say that the points 0 are also allowed. Maybe you can raise everything up by 1 or something like that. Okay, actually those points at the bottom are not allowed. So you shouldn't do this. Oops. But everything else you take. And the reason that this works and you get a lot of triples is that, well, if you take, let's say, this point, and this one, I claim that this is a good triangle automatically. And the reason for that is that the height of this is equal to this distance. If this distance is 5, let's say here, then because everything here is so regular, this height here is also 5, right? If you have triangle with value 5 and you have here 45 degrees, then here you have 2.5. Yeah, I guess it's 2.5. Okay, if this is 10, then this is height 5, whatever. But also, what we have here is that this thing is equal to this thing. So this is also 5, and this is also 5. So the height of this point is equal to this distance. And that is true for many, many triples here. That is, if you look at a peak, for example this one, if you look at any of its diagonals and you iterate all the points here, every point will give you a triangle with one of the points on the other diagonal. All of those are triangles. So what we did is we chose here O of square root of n points on the x-axis. We from them imagined those diagonals both ways. We collected intersection points. You have then O of n intersection points. And every peak will give you O of square root of n triangles, because that's the size of how many points you see left versus right. You are interested in the smaller of the two. Do we create a big cross? I don't think that will work. We specifically want to create something related to the drawings we did already. Now, there still are some issues here. That is, you cannot get 2 points at the same index. It's not legal, same index, because you need to output this as a sequence. You don't output points x, y, you output the sequence, and the sequence for every index I uses a single value ai. So this is not legal. So for that reason, you don't want those points chosen here to be very regular, and it's reasonable to choose them at random. So solution is choose O of square root of n random values in range 0 to n. I think it's good to choose even values only, because you want them to intersect at integers. From any 2 points, if you draw the diagonals tilted by 45 degrees, you want them to intersect at integer x coordinate. Hence only even values or only odd values. This, draw diagonals, intersect, collect all points, get rid of repeated x coordinates. If repeated x coordinates, just any one of them erase. And that's already, this is a solution that will give you O of n times square root of n triangles, and we can, well, fight to optimize it. For example, actually, you shouldn't just use range from 0 to n. I think it's better to do something like this, where from maybe around negative n over 4 to around positive n over 4, maybe more. In this range, you choose some points for those diagonals. And then in the range from 3n over 4 up to 5n over 4, you, from those places, from random values, just again, generate at random even values, so that you wouldn't have many collisions. And this way you will have here intersections that are more spread from 0 to n. The issue before here is that you will not get many intersections close to the boundary, so close to 0, close to n, so this space is wasted. And again, at every index from 0 to n, you are allowed only 1 point. And you might have a lot more points close to the middle, so there will be more intersections there, versus this will be more evenly spread. No, I cannot speak Russian. I know about this. I sometimes do this. But I don't... It's not that I will make sure that it's visible for 100% of the time. It's good enough that it's visible for most of the time. By the way, my agreement with them will be that I will make this stream at least 2 hours long. And I'm sure that the stream will be way longer. So I think we're... in total, you will see the camp visibly for 2 hours anyway. Okay, so there's this. What else? If you have collisions, so multiple points at the same x coordinate, what you can do is you can choose the point that creates most triangles. So you can maybe in O of square root here check something. And now, because you're the one creating the test, you have more flexibility in how you count, because now you know that you're not creating any diagonal with linear number of points. So a solution that might be even simpler than the intended solution from before might here be enough to count something as you go. If you have any algorithm that will do something for every point in a diagonal, it will always be O of square root of n. Yeah, I will do CSES live streams, not this weekend though. What else? Well, if you are choosing here points X and some other point here X and so on, you're choosing a lot of points. So let's say we are focusing on choosing some points X1, X2, X3 and so on. And we don't want them to create a lot of collisions. So I'm not happy if X1 with X4 collided here and X2 and X3 collided here. When does a collision happen? It happens if X1 plus X4 over 2, this is the X coordinate of the intersection, is equal X2 plus X3 over 2. So it happens if the sum is the same. So what you want is generate O of square root of n values, even values, in range from 0 to n. Again, it's not optimal. In practice, I think closer to this is optimal, with distinct sums xi plus x of j. And it's not important that everything is distinct. Oh, I see that indeed some Ming Yu from Korea is second. That's nice. We will look at the leaderboard in a moment. This is OneNote. This program is called OneNote. So that's the task. And I think there are some math theory / algebraic approaches to that, to generate values that will have distinct sums. You can, in constructive ways, approach this. Depending on what exactly way you use, you will get different number of values that indeed do not create collisions. It's about constant factor. But also when doing the randomness, what you can do is repeatedly, you can have already some vector, and while x dot size is smaller than something that you decided, what you can do is, instead of just saying x pushback rand in some range and make sure it's even, instead of this, you can consider several candidates for a new element, and for each of them check how many collisions it creates. So if already you have 2, 3, 7 and I don't know 15, and you're considering, oh, maybe now I have element 4, that's one of my candidates, check how many already the pairs of this you have in some kind of set, and 4 you can pair up with every element, 4 plus 2, 4 plus 3, 4 plus 7, 15, and check how many of those sums already exist. If many of them, then you don't want this element. So here maybe try 5 different random even values, choose the one minimizing the number of collisions of the sums, which is just so much simpler to check than thinking about the triangles, especially because the triangles will happen in time. Those are example optimizations that you can do. I think that what I said should be enough for full score, but I'm not sure. What I recall is that the requirement of 12 million is something I suggested. So I guess I had a code that creates more than 1200. That being said, in code forces there is, let's see, there is a comment describing that. Oh, also one more thing is that some people prefer to think about this task after rotating by 45 degrees. What happens in the leaderboard? That might be very interesting. Let's hide the queue for a moment. Interesting. Very interesting. Was second problem hardest in day one? Hardest to get 100 points, yes. South Korea is cooking, yeah. At least Ming Yu. That's impressive. I mean, still, he doesn't have high chances of winning, but right now he is winning. It's obvious that Hengsi, sorry about mispronouncing, will get some points in migrations. And if he gets 80 points, and many people get 80 points, with 80 points, it will be hard to beat him. What Mingyu would need to achieve is 100 in obstacles, 100 in migrations, while Hengsi has like 18 migrations. But it's good to see some variety at the top, not just China top 1, 2, 3. Yes, Mingyu I think can get second. Can you ping the leaderboard link in the chat? I can try. Done, I think. Can you confirm? Yeah, Korea #1. Oops. All right. So what? Oh yeah, we were going through the Codeforces comment. This is the algorithm that gets 99.33 points. Sankhur Park. So, by the way, anybody can tell me, is this the same person? But the names are different. But this is how you can get 99.33 points. And there is only one person, Mingyu, who got that many points. So I wonder, but still, to get this score, you need to do this. Choose the smallest even integer that maximizes the number of distinct sums that you get. So while creating this set of O of square root of n even numbers, always try different values. For each of them, check how many new sums it creates and choose the best one. In case of ties, the smallest. This part I would need to analyze more. If you already have all the n-1 points, that's it. Also, apparently the last subtask wasn't the hardest, so I wonder if what I told you is enough for a full score. 20 and 30. Oh, subtask 6. Let me... I might have a break during the stream because I don't want to go until the end, but I will try on my laptop to find the files for this task. Maybe I can tell you more. But I think I managed to get over 30, but I needed to have a solution that randomizes this set of numbers multiple times. Like for multiple seconds. If you try random sets of even values, eventually you will hit a lucky set and you will get over 30 triples for n20. And versus for those subtasks, if you run just once and you choose good parameters, you will always hit above the requirement. But for this one, because n is so small, it's good to try something for thousands of iterations. I think that was my way to get 100 points. So the answer to this question is yes, you can submit different codes for different subtasks, and indeed IOI is user-friendly, and you don't even need to merge your codes. Okay, what we'll do now, well, congrats to Michał. Oh, no, sorry, no congrats to Michał. I sorted by a wrong thing. Right now, Poland with 4 silver medals, maybe 1 bronze. Hope to see some submissions from them. What we'll see now, what we'll do now is I'll look at the other 2 tasks, and then there will be a 1-hour break. And for the last hour, I will stream again. Recommendations for writing IOI problems? Well, it's not that if you're not a problem author normally, then suddenly you should propose for IOI. I created a lot of problems, more than 300 problems for international competitions like Codeforces. And I'm sure that in my mind I went through more than 1,000 problem proposals created by me, but most of them I reject, I discard because they are of low quality. Well, that's a difficult question. There are some blogs on Codeforces about it. You can draw inspiration from real life, like from your hobby, from the video game that you're playing, from a movie, from, I don't know, this live stream, from the leaderboard of IOI, right? So the example task is you see the current leaderboard, for every person figure out what is the best possible place that they can get. That's a very easy task, but still that's a task inspired by what we're looking at. Everything can be inspiration, or it can be just numbers, algebra. You draw a sequence, you write down some example sequence, and you wonder what you can compute for it. Did you make only 1 problem in IOI? Well, it's not public who are the authors of the second day. I cannot tell you before the end of the competition. On day 1, there was 1 problem of mine. Iran / Iran. Iran is looking at gold thanks to this nice performance from Amir Ali today. 66 and 66. And good score in the first day. And then 2 silvers / bronzes and 1 very weak bronze. Last division to A, where the result is sum plus number of zeros. Can you give me a link to that problem? Well, yeah, that's very impressive from Korea. There was here IOI teams. Korea was 7th by the rating in Codeforces. So they are very much overperforming. That being said, there aren't huge differences for those teams. China were favorites. Russia is 2nd place, but also Codeforces is a Russian platform, so maybe their rating is overestimated. And then here it's close for everybody else. What about Poland? I see that Arthur, who is looking at the gold medal, okay, here you go. He's going up, so his rating should be higher. He's young. At his age, I didn't know English enough to participate in Codeforces. And I was multiple years older than him, so a few years older than him, and I still didn't get to IOI. Okay, let's look at the problems from day 1. And types of souvenirs. Again, souvenirs tasks I discussed like 2 weeks ago. A task from one of the past contests, like IOI. There was something about souvenirs. Each type of souvenir has a fixed price, PI, sorted in decreasing order by price, distinct. We know P0, so we know the first element and then it's smaller and smaller. We choose number of coins. Then we cannot see the number of coins. Oh, so this is description of the greedy knapsack algorithm. We choose a value, the total amount of money we want to pay, and in this order somebody takes an element if we can afford it. We want to always buy at least one souvenir. And overall we buy exactly I souvenirs of type I. But how do we know this if we don't know P of n-1? We never want this. We don't minimize number of transactions and we have unlimited supply of coins. And it's up to 100. Values are huge. And there are, like n equals 3 apparently isn't already easy to solve. Then maybe I will try to solve n equals 3. It seems that Arthur is 14, somebody told me, but I don't know him personally. Wait. You know P of 0, so you know the upper limit. You never want to pay that much. You start from like P of 0 minus 1. You want to buy one occurrence of this, 2 occurrences of that, and so on. So how do you solve n equals 2? Also, some people got this very, very quickly. Oh, you just pay P of 0 minus 1. If this is task souvenirs, day 1. You are given P of 0, and if you know that there is P of 0 and then there is P of 1 smaller, this is decreasing, what you can pay is pay P of 0 minus 1, and automatically you cannot afford this, you can afford that, so you pay this and you win, you buy one occurrence of that. But for n equals 3, when you have P of 0, P of 1, P of 2, you want one occurrence of this, 2 occurrences of that, and you never can buy nothing in a transaction? That seems impossible. But I don't know the price of the last item. We know the number of coins returned. Okay, so we need to start from big value, right? Oops. Yes, I live in Poland. How can you reach Grandmaster? Not everybody can, but generally you should practice. Same except pupil? Practice. If you search for Erich how to practice, I have some advice on my GitHub. Somebody please paste a link to that. Okay, so we need to start with this, or maybe p of 0 minus 2. That's also fine, because this will we will be able to afford something. Now either we buy both items or we buy only this. I see. So let's say we are told that this is equal to 100. Then what I do is pay 99. And there are some options. First option is I get information that I bought item 1. I get 17 coins back. What this means is that P of 1 apparently was equal to 99 minus 17, which is 82. So I know now that P of 2 is smaller equal 81. So what I do in next step, I pay 81 and I win. That's it. Then the other possibility is that I bought both items, 1 and 2. I get, let's say, 10 coins back. What do I do in this case? I paid this, I do that, so I know that P of 1 plus P of 2 is equal 89. I also know that P of 2 is smaller than P of 1. So I know that P of 2 is smaller equal half of this, that's 44. P of 1 is at least 45. So what I do is if I bought only item 1, now I want to buy 1 and 2. So I buy this plus 82. Okay. With this, I know that I will buy this and then that. I get items 1 and 2, I win. Okay. And in this case, if I bought items 1 and 2, now I want to only buy item 2. I know this, so what I do is pay 44, I get item 2, I win. Because the target is item I needs to be bought I times. The software is called OneNote. OneNote. Okay, that's the solution for n equals 3. Okay, then I believe that the full problem is solvable in some way. On Codeforces, for sure, you can already find descriptions of solutions. And then there is first task. No, that was first task. There is task world map. Maybe let's leave this for later. One more look at the leaderboard. Draw conclusions based on intuition, or do you prove it in your head first? Most of when we talk about math and stuff related to logic and observations, most stuff you say because you know it's true. Like, I know that I don't know, numbers divisible by 10 are also divisible by 2. And it's not that I really do a proof in my head, it's just obvious to me. If it's something more complicated, maybe it's more of a guess, or I need a proof. But for example, in this problem here that I've solved a moment ago, a subtask with n equals 3, there wasn't any point where I needed in my head to prove something. You need to buy P of 1 only one time, and I didn't do it. Right. Wait. Oh, so I was right first time. Pay this, I get item 2. And pay 82, I get item 2. But both items, now I want item 2, I do this. Okay, now fixed. Rainbow got 5th 3 times already, really? Well, Fifth is very possible for him. US representation underperforming. I wonder how much the performance is affected by the travel and by the altitude, because the contest is at height of like 4,000 meters. I didn't even notice drilling. You can make a blunder easily. Well, yes, but actually this part that you're talking about made it easier for me to solve n equals 3, because it's clear that in the first move roughly we need to pay p1 minus 1 because, or p0 minus 1, and then there isn't much you can do next. It was clear what needs to be the next step. So I found n equals 3 case easy because you could do very little next. Yeah, maybe Brian is being hit by the altitude. Yeah, that Brian from the US. What is the altitude? Oh, only 2,700. And I think it's low. I mean, it's... I think there was a block on Code Forces that exaggerated the amount. Around top 30 gets gold. There are that many participants. Oops. Three, 4. 28 people will get gold. So up to this place, up to right now Sun from Singapore, 28 times 3. 84 people in total. 84 roughly is the cutoff for silver. And then 168. 170 roughly is the cutoff for bronze. I'm not sure how the Russia and Belarus will be counted, the IOI teams. What Hanksy is doing, I know what he is doing. He's doing migrations. That's obvious. That might be the only person for which we know what they are doing right now. For anybody else, you don't know what problem they are working on. Okay, there will be now 50 minutes break for me. Just before that, let's see, XCamp Academy. Thank you to XCamp for sponsoring the stream. This is the website, pasting in the chat. Mainly in the US, they are doing camps preparing for the USACO, including very high level, like actually platinum/IOI level. They have a lot of people going to the USACO camp, and including people going to the IOI. 3 people from the US this year. The IOI participants are from this team, and 1 from Germany, so in total 4. I don't know which person from Germany. You can check out the website and use my code, which is this Ericto50, for some discount. Okay, I'm leaving you with the leaderboard and the queue here. I'm going to maybe make it slightly easier to read. And this we will hide. The chat I'm also hiding. Beautiful and very professional. One last look in the chat. The submission queue is here now. I don't know how much it's public, so let's say that it's not public. If Lydia wants to post it, she can post it. Sure, 1700 as a 14 years old is good. The ICPC live team gave me this thing. In some way, I think they reverse engineered the leaderboard. It's tricky, but not that difficult, apparently. Okay, and Tom J, please stop repeating the same question. Okay, see you in 50 minutes or so. Sound test. Chat test. Let's hide the queue. Maximize the ranking. Sorry for being late. Okay. Hi everybody. Okay. Refresh. What's going on? Is the winner already decided? 91.23. No, not yet. There are 3 more people who can win, including 1 person outside of China. Now, realistically, can something happen? Well, Rainbow cannot win. That's a pity. If Rainbow was in the top 4 or so, now he could realistically still win with a submit for migrations. And for others, I don't think so. Interesting that for migrations, 2 people at the top have the same score, so the same kind of solution. It's not apparently that. Versus if you look at triples, it's clear that you can have variety of solutions, slightly different solutions. What's up, chat? Had you on volume and was solving a question, almost fell off the chair. Sorry. Cutoff for gold. Apparently, so 28th place right now here. It should be around 425 points. Something like that. We'll look at a few countries. Okay, first of all, in order of strength, China. Right now, China doesn't have the top 3. First, third, fifth, seventh. They hate even numbers, apparently. If you look only at the day 2, actually day 2, day 1, China had first, second, third, and 7th. Day 2, China has first, 5th, and outside of top 10. That's interesting. So worst day for China. Then Korea. In total, right now, second, with a nice advantage, so that might hold. 30.5 points of advantage. Interested in your CP class? See you on Tuesday. See you too. On Code Forces, you can find my classes. Okay, next. I'm personally very much interested in Poland. That's not great. Franek is right now 3 silver and 1 bronze. So just like China, Poland does not do well today. Not good. In particular, Arthur, the guy who is 14 years old, has only 5 points in festival. Though it might mean that he's trying to solve that problem. If you sort by festival, you need to scroll way down to get to those. Oh, Franek also has only 5 points for festival. And Jerzy has 0 for obstacles. Okay, who else? Yesterday, Indonesia were strong. Gold, bronze, nothing. India, silver, bronze. Who else? Switzerland. Hi, Petr. Swiss National Day. Interesting. That's high silver, but not gold, sadly, for Switzerland. And then this is, I think, high bronze, low bronze, and no medal. Could be worse, could be better. Kazakhstan. They are, I think, overperforming, just like Korea. Gold, silver, high bronze. Who else? Pakistan. Bronze, very high bronze, few points away from silver, and 2 more bronze. Iran, nice scores, gold and 2 silvers. Well, whoa, Amirali Asghari has just solved something more. Maybe we see it here. And we have submits, according to the queue, we have submits from the current winner for the task B. I think it's still judging, and the score did not improve. Amirali got plus 50 something points in C. IOI team 3, that's Russia, right? No, this is Russia. Russia, unofficial participation. They have a chance for 4 gold medals. If so, this is very nice score. Not as high as Korea. Korea actually has 4 gold medals, including the 2nd place right now. Russia is close. What about the United States? Rainbow has a high chance to still be 5th, just like in the past few years. Brian has a better day today. He got to silver. Alex bronze. Bing Liu, the border of silver and the bronze. Balas from Hungary also with very high score today, 201 points. High score for 2nd and 3rd task. Who else? UK, silver, bronze, bronze. What about Brazil? Silver, bronze, bronze. The host, Bolivia. No medals, sadly. Germany, 1 medal. What would be the tags of souvenir? Souvenir is, I guess, some kind of constructive puzzle. A little bit of math. I don't actually know a full solution. I only solved n equals 3. Mexico, 1 bronze medal for Saul Ernesto Noguera, and this is very close to a bronze medal. Around 28 people get gold and around 168 people get any medal, so this is like 4 places below a bronze medal. Also depending on what actually, how is Russia counted. Sweden, bronze medal and 2nd bronze medal. Erik Adebach and Vladislav Levchenko. Normal Swedish name, obviously. Azerbaijan, silver and another silver next to Jerzy. Let's maybe, what do I want to do? No, this is not a good idea. I guess I want to do this. Okay, simple solution. You go here, you go there, chat, you go somewhere else. Okay, now close to the end, the queue will be very important. You can basically look at the queue more than you look at the leaderboard, because you care about new submissions, new changes. For example, now we see, like right here on the screen where my mouse is, at 5th place, a person from China got plus 12 points. This, I think, will be easiest to follow. At 75th place, Nicola Dindo from Italy, plus 40 points at task B. From Pakistan, Ahmed Malik, plus 27 points on A. Romania. Talk about overperformance. 3 golds, and it's all up to Mircea Rebenguts. He got 100 points for festival, so I think that's a very high performance today. Yesterday, he didn't do well. Other guys from Romania have around 250 points from day one. He has only 190, but just very good day today. He would need to get 30 more points in migrations, and that's doable. I guess, well, the next jump from 30 is 70. A lot of people have around 70 points. So yeah, you need to hope that in the next 25 minutes he gets that around 70 points. If that happens, he has gold. If that doesn't happen, he has silver. Palestine. Why don't I see Palestine? Palestine doesn't participate, I think. Yes, Moonlight Wizard, I heard that song. Will I go to the ICPC World Finals? No, I will not. I could go as a Warsaw team coach, but I didn't want to. I'm not a huge fan of ICPC. Cutoff for silver. So what was that? Was around 84th place, right? This times 3, yeah. So 333 points should be the cutoff. I think those people, Mansur Mamadakunov from Kazakhstan and up, should be already at silver, I think. What is the easiest problem? Souvenir has that many hundreds. Souvenirs is the easiest problem to fully score, to get 100, but I don't think it has highest average. Because if you scroll down after 100, you have few 67s and then 39. If you open other problems like triples, many people have 50 something. World map, many people have 72, 86. Many people. So yes, souvenirs is easiest to solve fully, but it's not easiest to get a lot of points in. Obstacles is in particular easier to get 80 or 50 points. I don't hate ICPC, I only dislike it. If I wanted to go to ICPC finals, I think I would go as a Warsaw coach. It's an interesting position, celebrity alumni. I wonder if I would get that on the badge. Yeah, I guess if I went now, it would be as I would want to join something like an analytics team to actually be useful there, but I think I just am too lazy to go. Yes, this is possible. I think it's also possible that they are unofficially participating remotely or something like that. Because I'm guessing that they didn't go to the finals, so they are not here. Versus Russia, I guess their contestants are in Bolivia for the IOI. I don't think there is scoreboard for overall team performance. Rainbow currently exactly at the 5th place. I want to verify that. You're saying that he was 5th already 3 times? Is that right? IOI 2024 results. Rain is 5th. I guess this is unofficial. Okay. 2023. Rainbow 5th. 2022. He's not 5th. Oh, I see. 2021. 5th. And is he here? How do you spell young? 36th. What about performance? Okay, so rank number 5, 36, 5, 5. And we need to guess the next number in the sequence. Just click on him. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bartek. Are there teachers who prepare students for IOI? Yes, actually Bartek Kostka is an example of such a teacher, at least in the past. Where Bartek would, in Poland, I think, usually coach a few guys from Wrocław, because he's also from Wrocław. There are also just classes, camps in every country, you know, paid tutoring and camps. Of course, an example of that is the sponsor of today, the X-Camp. So if you go to X-Camp Academy, they also do camps that prepare for IOI. In particular, few IOI participants today are from their camps. Not allowed to teach for IOI anymore. Makes sense. If you're in the if you're among organizers, then you shouldn't teach, I guess. For me, that was an interesting thing because I knew that my problem is accepted for IOI. And every year I organize, sponsored by Huawei, IOI camp, like in the month before the IOI. And I asked the IOI organizers, is it okay that I still do this camp, which I do every year and it's open for everybody? Is it fair that I am problem setter for one of the problems and I still do that camp? And they told me yes. What I don't know is if it would be allowed for me as a problem setter to coach a single person or a single team, because I also considered like some camp for a team from one country. I don't know that. Yeah, it's a pity that Arthur is down, but it's because of this problem, because of festival. His last scoring submissions. Oh, this is not good. So he is solving obstacles. He had 24 points at hour 3, and now it's 90 minutes later. For the full time he's doing this problem instead of festival. No, actually he jumped between the problems. He also tried festival. So this, he got points here. 3 hours. Stop this. Something happened in the Polish team, right? Too many submissions. Was it Michał? Yes, Michał jumped to 83 for obstacles. Sadly, that's not enough for gold medal. He needs to get points for the second task, migrations. Franek and Jerzy, unless they do something crazy, they are at silver. Arthur, he needs to fix something. Otherwise he will drop, I think, down to bronze. Korea. Mingyu plus some points. Okay. So Mingyu got 100 for obstacles. What's the gap? It's of course extremely hard and close to impossible, but now if he gets migrations for 100, then he wins. But but there are 2 people with this score, which means that you need to go through that score. My money is on China to win, but maybe. Everybody usually by default cheer for underdog, so fingers crossed for Ming Yu Wu. Top 28 is gold. Number of participants divided by 12. I don't know how we round it. Okay, we'll look at some countries quickly. Algeria, no medals. Argentina, a bronze. Armenia, at least 1 bronze, maybe more. Australia, 2 high silvers, maybe with a chance for gold, then bronze. Austria, bronze. Azerbaijan, silver and bronze. Bangladesh, silver and bronze. Of course, I'm estimating just on the left, I'm looking at the colors. Belgium, bronze. Bolivia, no medals. Bosnia-Herzegovina, no medals. Brazil, silver, bronze. Bulgaria, whoa, that's some nice scores. 2 golds and 2 silvers. Very good contest for Bulgaria. Canada, another Ryan with a gold, then silver, bronze, almost silver and bronze. Chile, no medals. China, 1st, 3rd, 4th and 6th right now. What's next? Colombia, maybe a single bronze. Croatia, silver, bronze. Cuba, maybe a single medal. Cyprus, 0 medals, maybe 2. Czech Republic, a bronze. Denmark, no medals. Dominican Republic, no medals. Ecuador, no medals. Egypt, gold barely. I think they need to get some extra points to preserve it. From Romania, Rares Neculau with some new points. We were at Egypt. El Salvador, nothing. Estonia, a bronze medal. Estonia. Finland, bronze or silver. France, silver and bronze. Georgia, I think no medals. No, a possibility for maybe even 2 bronzes. Germany, bronze. Ghana, no medals. Greece, 2 bronzes. Hong Kong, silver will drop to bronze. Hungary, 2 golds, 2 bronzes. Iceland, no medals. India, silver, bronze, and another bronze. I think India should have silver and 3 times bronze. Indonesia, almost a gold, but sadly silver and bronze medals. Iran, gold, silver, bronze. Ireland, the partially Polish representation, I'm guessing, has a bronze, and then no more medals. Who else had a Polish name? There was one more country, right? What was that country? Still rooting for Romania, full gold, maybe. 2 silver, 1 bronze. Japan. Yesterday I watched Poland-Japan volleyball match. And tomorrow I'm watching the one with Brazil. I wonder how that semifinals will go. So go Poland. Japan has a single gold and 3 strong silvers with a high possibility of getting extra points. Though this might be tricky because Kudai Sakayama has points in all 3 problems, so it will be hard for them to get extra points. We will get to New Zealand. Kazakhstan. I already checked New Zealand once today, by the way. I don't... Oh, you mean the Polish name exists in New Zealand. Thank you. Kazakhstan has a gold, 2 silver, and a bronze. Where are we here? New Zealand. Tymon Mieszkowski has a silver medal, and then Victor is looking at bronze right now. Kyrgyzstan, bronze and a bronze. Latvia, single bronze. Libya, nothing. Lithuania, at least one bronze. Luxembourg, nothing. Macau, at least one bronze. Malaysia, one silver, with which now improved to gold for Malaysia. So there will be a gold there. Link to day one problems. I think I can find that here. Mexico, a bronze medal. Moldova, oh, there is somebody strong there. Alin Popescu, 66th place, strong silver medal. Maybe not strong, but safe. Mongolia, strong bronze. Morocco, nothing. Netherlands, silver. New Zealand, we've just checked. Nigeria, nothing. Macedonia, strong performance from Macedonia. With a population of 2 million. Good for them. That's, I think, nice performance of like your total points divided by the population or something like that. Norway, nothing. Pakistan, that's already a bronze, and possibly 4 medals. Peru, nothing. Philippines, a bronze. Poland, any updates there? Michał still needs points for the middle task. Franek and Jerzy silvers, and Arthur will still drop. So I hope for the scenario gold and 3 silvers. Theoretically something better is still possible, but don't know why, but I'm really rooting for China. I also don't know why. I mean, China is obviously strong. Why would you root for them? Portugal, nothing. Korea, of course, very high performance, possibly second place by teams. 4 gold medals, including a second place. Theoretically still with a chance to win, but a very low probability. Romania, 3 golds, and we are cheering for Mircea Rebengiuk for the 4th gold for Romania. Rwanda, nothing. Saudi Arabia, maybe 1 bronze. Serbia, silver, bronze. So that's very extremely high silver and 2 bronzes, but with high potential of improving. Where are we? Singapore, gold and silver, and another silver, and another bronze. Slovakia, 2 times bronze, 3 times bronze. Respectable. Slovenia, who like yesterday or a few days ago won with France in volleyball. So back to volleyball, that was the biggest surprise, that France, who are Olympic winners, lost to Slovenia, who are a strong team but not that strong. And now we're looking at almost a bronze medal, so you should hope that Vit Furlan still will get some points, and like 10 extra points should be enough for a medal. South Africa, 1 bronze medal. Spain, 1 silver, 1 bronze. David Lago Alonso with silver. Sweden, Władysław Lewczenko, bronze medal, and nothing more. Switzerland, Andrei Severa, silver, and a very high one, and then bronze and another 2 times bronze. Yes, that's a fun fact indeed. We've checked that a few minutes ago because I couldn't believe. Taiwan, unlucky. below the gold medal, but with 3 high silvers. Maybe they will get a single gold. This is, I think, Belarus. No, this is Russia. Russia looking at 2 golds and 2 silvers, unless they improve. And though that's unofficial participation, I think, so they shouldn't officially count 2 medals. In Belarus, 2 silver, and then silver or bronze and bronze. Thailand, silver, bronze, bronze, bronze. 4 medals, that's nice. It's always nice to have all your 4 participants with a medal, and then at least one of them with a high medal. I think that's gold, and 3 bronze medals should be good for a country. Of course, it depends on the country. Turkey with a silver and 2 bronze medals. Ukraine, silver and 3 bronze medals. UK, 2 silver, 1 bronze, 1 nothing. The US, 5th place for Rainbow, obviously. And then silver, just barely, but I think that should hold, though there aren't many submissions now. And the bronze. Uzbekistan, silver and bronze and nothing more. And Vietnam, a gold for Tan Le Quin, sorry about pronunciation, and then silver, and a bronze. Polska Górom, yeah, sorry, but I will leave this now. Come on, Arthur. I hope he gets a silver, though again, I said once today that it's not actually perfect if he gets gold, if he's 14 already, because then what else should he aim to achieve? If Rainbow does it intentionally, that's some big brain strategy to always be 5th. Best mentors or courses. There is Erichto, Kamil from Poland. He's of course great. But oh, come on. Don't repeat your question that many times. And obviously there is the sponsor of the stream today, xcamp.academy. They are doing many camps, mainly preparing for USECO, but generally for IOI too. Okay, JR, you are lucky that I saw your question only once instead of 4 times, otherwise I would not answer and I would even possibly ban you for spam. Can they see the leaderboard? I believe they cannot. I'm moving this here, increasing the queue because that's the most interesting thing for me now. Check Romania. I mean, you can also check Romania. I'm checking Poland. Huh. So Rubengyuk did improve something. Migrations. He jumped from 30 to 57, 5 minutes before the end. Oops. That's very nice. So Romania, 4 golds right now. Unmark, please. Thank you. Poland still 2 silver, 1 gold, 1 bronze. Gold medal cutoff. What did I say half an hour ago? I said some estimation. I remember that it was 333 for a bronze. And that's right now the cutoff. We have 2 minutes left. Okay, I'm looking at the queue. Something happening at the top. CZ with extra 25 points. The guy from Romania at the gold cutoff got extra half a point. Ali Aliyev from Azerbaijan has just jumped up close to the bronze. From Singapore, Sun Bei-chen with plus 12 points, securing gold. From Thailand, Araya with plus 30 points, but not enough for silver. Azerbaijan clutched to save the bronze. Yep. Bronze is for top 50% of people, which is here roughly 334 divided by 2. And that's 167. 167 people. So this should be the cutoff, though maybe the IOI flag countries participate in different rules, so that might slightly change, but it is roughly around this, roughly around 251 points. What else is happening? Korea 18 points away from China. Well, they need to solve this for 100. That's the way to win. Singapore 2 golds. Congrats. Lock-in Siu from Hong Kong getting up to silver, but barely. 10 seconds. We might get some submissions after a few seconds, of course there is delay, but 5, 4, 2, 1, 0. The end. The queue will show us some more stuff from the last few seconds. I'm just looking at the queue, seeing some green positive values, some changes. I think this is it. No, it's not it. Still some changes. Oh, yesterday submissions tested 6 minutes. Okay, I can stream for 6 minutes more. Still, assuming that nothing much changes, let's see what happens. 334 divided by 12. There should be 28 gold medals. I don't know how Russia is counted, but it seems that this is gold. 4, 3, 6 and up. Maybe it will jump up to 3, 4, 8. So with gold medals, congrats to China, Korea, China, US, Canada, Romania, China, Russia, Bulgaria, Singapore, Vietnam, Romania times 2, Hungary, Korea, Iran, Hungary, Korea, Singapore, Bulgaria, Japan, Poland, huge congrats, Korea, Russia, I guess, Malaysia, Taiwan, Kazakhstan, and I think Romania doesn't have 4 gold medals. Such a pity. Oh, no, they do. Mirza just got some extra few points. What's that? That's a submission from 67 seconds before the end. Nice. From 58 points up to 75, and from a silver to a gold. For Romania, that's from 3 gold medals to 4 gold medals. Nice. Congrats to Romania. Huge performance. Then again, 334 divided by 12 times 3. 83, maybe 84 points for silver. So the cutoff is 336 points. This should be silver, up to 84th place. And 167 is the bronze cutoff. For some reason I thought it's 170 something. So that roughly is the bronze cutoff. Congrats to Rainbow for always being 5th. Is it his last participation, or can he be 5th for the 5th time next year? Maxim Tsoi will get... Yes, it is possible that he gets gold. That's because it seems that in gold medals we have 2 people from Russia, and I do not know how they are counted. Maybe if you exclude unofficial participations under IOI flag, then Maxim Tsoi from Kazakhstan is actually in the gold cutoff. Rainbow's last try. Okay, so he was 5th only 4 times. He messed up, I think, in 2022 when he was 30 something. Do you think in ICPC he will also be 5th always with a silver? 4 times indeed. Crazy. That's apparently his place. He is 5th best in the world in IOI. Okay, so let's look at some strong teams. It seems that Poland officially ends. Did this change something? Rares with some new points, but he was already close to the top. Okay, so China won clearly as a country with all the odd places, except for Ryan from Canada. So 1st, 3rd, 5th and 8th, only Fibonacci numbers, except for 2nd, which they did not secure. No, 30 is not gold. Maybe after you exclude Russia. Okay, Poland, close, but not close enough. Gold, silver, silver, bronze. That was Poland. And now for strong countries. Korea, 4 gold medals, including 2nd place. Huge performance. Romania, 4 gold medals, including the 4th place. Huge performance. Anybody else with strong performance? What about Hungary? Well, 2 gold medals, something. No! How did this happen? Why Rainbow is not 5th? What happened in the last minutes? Is it because of Rares from Romania? What did he do? He got 100 points 4 seconds before the end. 4 seconds. Jumped from 67 to 100. Whoa. I wonder if he knows, because often in the competitions at 5 hours mark, the monitor will freeze and you cannot do anything. You will not see the verdict of your submission. So maybe he doesn't know. No, but breaking such a streak for Rainbow. Why not 5th? Maybe somebody will get disqualified. Let's hope for that. Obviously, I'm not hoping for that, but who is training Romania? Romania has a lot of past strong competitive programmers. One coach there is Stef Daska. I doubt that he officially coaches the IOI team, but he does some tutoring. Yes, I think the competition is over. What about the US? Brian secured silver today with strong performance, but overall not a good result for the US. Gold, silver, silver, bronze. Gold position cutoff is 28th place. Something might change a little bit because of Russia. No, IMO performance is correlated with IOI performance. Q is done. Then it seems that the results we are seeing are final, up to very small changes. Congrats to, let me check the pronunciation. Congrats to Hongxi Liu for winning IOI 2025. Of course, this is not official and final. What is the name? The celebration of winners, the closing ceremony will happen, maybe even not today. But it seems for now that Hongxi won the IOI 2025. Huge performance, congrats. I think he won separately both days. First day, the only full score. Second day, the only 290 score. So, clear winner. Huge congrats to Ming Yu Wu for second place and splitting China a little bit at the top. The CZ fan also congrats for third place. Rares from Romania with that submit 4 seconds before the end. Congrats. I think it never happened to me in a competition. In a training contest, I did get accepted 1 second before the end, or literally in the last second, but never in a real competition. My best would be maybe 15 seconds before the end or something like that. In Google Code Jam, I did something 1 minute before the end, but never 4 seconds before the end. Actually, when you submit in the last seconds, even if you're calm during the contest, in those last seconds, your physical performance matters, and actually your hand might be shaking to click proper buttons. Your breath and heart will also behave differently if you indeed need to submit something. Great. Let's look at this again. 100 points in festival. 4 hours, 59 minutes, 56 seconds before the end. Quick look at India, sure. 1 silver. And this might be no medal, but maybe something will change after we exclude unofficial countries. 2 medals at least. 2 bronze medals and Turkey. Oops. Oh, I thought that I couldn't spell U with umlaut. Turkey, silver, bronze. It's a pity that Poland did not perform a little bit better, but the gold to silver and the bronze are already very nice. I think I can wrap up the stream slowly. My voice is a little bit tired, so that should be enough. 4 hours today, of course, with breaks. You can look here at the leaderboard if you want. I hope that next year IOI will organize official live stream, so that we will get access to more stuff, because IOI is a nice competition and it should bring a lot of people, a lot of viewers towards competitive programming. So thank you everybody for watching. Thanks to XCamp Academy for sponsoring the stream. This is their website. They organize USACO and generally Olympiad preparation courses, mainly in the US, but also available to other countries. I think one IOI participant from Germany also attends their camps. In Code Forces you can find my classes, by the way, as well. They are not specifically for IOI or USACO, but still, go check that out on Code Forces, my account, Erichto. Yeah, see you again. Maybe this weekend I will do something, but I'm not sure I will have time. I will do some CSES in the future. Maybe I will look at problems from day 2 of the IOI, but do not expect me to fully solve them. I'm happy that this year I was the author of one of the IOI problems, which was the triple picks. So that's nice. I think now I was author of a problem for Topcoder, Code Forces, AdCoder, HackerRank, HackerEarth, CodeChef, COI, IOI, Polish ICPC stage, and I wonder what other big contests. Something like CodeChef Snackdown. I'm sure that I could collect 10 contests already. ICPC next? I guess so. I need one day to have my problem at ICPC finals. I think after that I'm satisfied with the collection of different stones. Okay. So I'm ending the stream. Have a good evening or night, day, whatever your time zone is. In Code Forces, I'm sure there will be links to official leaderboard after the medals are decided and the exact cutoffs. Thank you.